Seems to be going live. Alright. So I ended the stream right here due to a headache, and I do believe we're in the middle of a wasteland. It does sound to me like there's zombies nearby. So, shit. Oh, fa ha ha ha. Fa 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 fa. Okay, so if I'm lucky I can get out on the other side. They won't actually notice me. Trying to remember if there's actually any exits. Well, shit. I gotta find a way out of here, and real quick as well. Oh, there we are. Let's see, south. That's where we're heading. Zombie. That horde there. Do not approve. Actually, the first time I actually spent some time in a wasteland and ages. And now I need to bail real quick. Or I could try moving up a bit. Either way, me and Nixon went on a long-ass trip. Or, well, not really a long trip, but just did some exploring. And I decided to head, yeah, to the wasteland, just to see if I couldn't get him killed or something. But, of course, he didn't die. We actually managed to get by pretty nicely. Wasn't that many zombies around where we were. That is a zombie over there. Yep. So it seems to hold true. I mean, if you can actually make it inside of a wasteland and stay undetected, then you are gonna be kinda okay. As long as you don't get spotted. That is the golden rule. I'm not gonna grab copper. Oh, that's a hornet. That's a zombie lady. I'm actually gonna follow this road out. That does sound like a cop. Let's see. Yeah, I got food. I got drink. Well, didn't really have any fancy plans for the day. Basically going to do some exploring. I mean, of course, I could always do with some more ammo. Might as well actually repair this while I'm at it. Just a tiny smudge and compress a couple of things. Do you think I can make handlebars? Yes, I can. So, no point in that. And I was lucky. I did find a library. Both me and Nixon was able to get a couple of recipes from that. So, it's not bad. It's not bad. but we still don't have a base, and it's gonna be Pharaoh night tonight. So I'm not gonna be anywhere near our home base during the night. I'm just gonna keep moving for the entire day. So I might as well keep on exploring. I didn't even check the time once I got in the game. It's really a nice thing to do. Let's see. So, rotten flesh. Well, no. Not really a benefit here. A bit of cloth. I didn't even check, but I think I have a flawless one. Yeah, I do. Alright, so I'm half hoping that the horde that was behind me was what I can expect during the day. Alright, more wood spikes. Last feral horde we had was kind of nasty. Oh yeah, I need to... just to be certain. Save the world. I've been burned too many times where the server just crashed for whatever reason. Oh yeah, and I have caffeine pills as well. That's... totally forgot about those. I mean, I've been saving those for a rainy day. This might actually be the rainy day I'm looking for. But in other news, I mean, we spent the previous day on a fair bit of mining, so we did get a fair bit done. Not really been able to convert all of that into building materials, but I mean, that'll come with time. It's a duffel bag. So I got 3.5 hours left. Thereabouts. After which I'll be hunted. So, yeah. Left or right? Well, there's a bag here, so let's go left for now. Still have the habit of scrapping everything I come across. Gun parts that are subpar. What's up, G-Skills? I for once actually checked the viewer list. Thought that there was a zombie for a moment. It's just the cacti. No reason to get all worried just yet. Flu epidemic, yes. Now you see, I'm fairly careful about how I move. Don't really stray off the main roads much. Probably won't for a good long while until I actually get a bit more ammo. I mean, right now I have enough to get out of 1 or 2 small firefights. Well, They say firefights. Not really firefights when you're killing zombies. More like a execution squad. But I kinda don't want to use my gun unless I absolutely have to. The more driftwoods. On to my right. Zombies. Brackets. I at least ain't carrying anything that smells. But I do not want to end up being chased by a feral. Would not approve of that. I mean, I escaped one, but don't wanna push my luck too much. Gunpowder, well. It's a rabbit, you could just stay there. Not gonna bother with the bolts. I don't actually know of anything in Live Free or Die mod that you need a bolt for at all. So another bag. Oh, we're not gonna contain anything that good. No, I can scrap that into paper, but not gonna bother with that. Two more hours. A little bit disappointed with the amount of towns I found, or lack of towns. I mean, this to me though is pretty cool. I mean, it's almost like a cacti forest. Let's get a bag and some driftwood on the left. More stuff to scrap. You know what? I'll keep the hunting rifle parts. Those are actually the only part of the hunting rifle in Live Free or Die mods that you can't actually craft on your own. The stock can be made by you, and the barrel and the receiver, I think it is. Let's see, hunting rifle. Yeah, bolts and barrel can be molded, so I could keep resmelting the same old materials until I actually have flawless. And Mr. Rabbit, I'm not gonna grab you, because I know that would spell doom for me. So, when I tuned in to Melee's stream yesterday, well, I kind of had a flu this weekend. Started on night till Friday, and then just rolled over till Saturday. Felt pretty out of it on Sunday, but still went to work. Then dropped into Melee's channel on our stream yesterday. And he was talking about structural integrity, and structural integrity in this game is pretty wonky. And the only reason I know about the double layer thing is because, yeah, I was building a... Holy, what? That sounds real close. I was building a pillar house, and I was resting that pillar house on 25 pillars of reinforced concrete. And that seemed to hold, but basically I could put one block out from each side. So I would raise it about, I think it was 15 or 16 in height. And then I could put one reinforced concrete block out, like a rebar frame. If I put two, it fell. But if I put, like, on the outskirts of the pillar, if I had a single block there, a single block there, and a single block here, then that would be fine. And I could connect those by just finishing up all the pillars. So in between the two pillars, the last piece I had to place was basically the third frame between all these. It was enough to make it hold. I mean, if it had support from both sides and from the pillar, that was enough structural integrity to hold. And I built that, I think I built 2 floors, thereabouts, on that. I'm soon gonna be hunted, and I still haven't found a place. To hold up for the night. Just dandy. Alright, now I'm just gonna drink this soda. And run. Wait a minute. That wasn't that normal scream. That you'd normally hear. Is the game messing with me? So it's 7, 14, and 21. And there's no one else on the server. That's odd to me. I should be having a feral horde right now. But I'm not gonna complain about that. Not at all. Let's see, where is my home? That is my home. 2.9 kilometers. Well, I'm gonna keep scouting for the time being. But yeah, after watching a movie, it's called Sea Nation, something like that. He makes pretty amazing buildings. Even made a structure that floated in the air. I mean, didn't actually have support underneath it. That just kind of illustrates how wonky the game mechanics can be, and especially structural integrity. It could be pretty weird. I got really, really bad visibility here. That's why I'm gonna take it slow. straightforward a bit. I mean, I think at the bottom of the hill I'll probably have a little bit better visibility. I hope. That's 2 zombies. And water. Don't really need to hear that now. Good. Kill yourself on a cacti. Shit. At least 2 more. Well, 3, judging by the noise. Suppose. Make a couple more of those. Ah, really? Just disappeared. Well, it's good to see that they actually have fixed the messed up physics on that guy. He would contort into horrific images of madness sometimes. Just screws him. They even sometimes saw him cover up like almost an entire block. And not a wood frame block, but an actual block. City block. It looks disturbing. Alright, so what I would like to find is a small town. A couple of stores if possible. That wouldn't be so bad. But yeah. So previous play session I was actually able to, or me and Nixon was able to mine quite a bit. So we should have a fair bit of building supplies. Problem is, when we're putting that shit in a forge, we're gonna be disturbed 24/7. Because, well, forge attracts zombies, and we end up having to deal with hordes because we can't kill them quick enough. And the whole thing just escalates from there, and it depletes our already pretty lacking ammo capacity. I mean, one option is, of course, to spike the entire field around, but it's not gonna hold. Fatso's gonna blow up, And if you have spikes in close proximity, yeah, it's gonna... Well, the fence is gonna blast quite a bit. That's basically what we saw with reinforced concrete base. Zombies would kind of move forward like a regular horde would come, and we would have tons and tons of fatzos come in. Even a regular horde would sometimes have as many as like 14 fatzos. And they would just kind of plow through all the spikes. And by the time they were ready to like go into berserker mode and blow, they were nearly at the wall. In some cases we got them early on and did manage to do a little bit of damage to them just by using guns and arrows and whatever we had at our disposal. But the end result was basically that they would take out chunks of our defenses, and they would weaken the first couple of links. So the other normal zombies could just kind of run in and start smacking away at the wall. Which wasn't great, not at all. So that basically means that you don't really have a defense. Well, you have a defense, but it requires maintenance, like 24/7. And I got a little bit sick and tired of that. So Nixon actually said something akin to, well, do we want to be so secure? When we're discussing building materials. And I was kind of curious if I was going to go the route of decayed brick for a wall around that, or if I was going to go with reinforced concrete. And last I checked, cobblestone and reinforced concrete are not that far apart. They are apart, but it's not an insane leap. They are different, but they're not that different. Either way, we had a small desert base, or a point of interest that we took over. What's up, Muffinsbergen? It's been a while. But what we found was basically that even with cobblestone, I mean, the zombies would get in, they would stand near our spikes on the outside, get pissed off, and explode. And that led to some, well, a couple of scares. Clockwork went out to see what was going on with the wall, and he just kind of opens the door and stares right in the face of a fatso. That's good to hear. You're back in the mine. Well, someone has to do that as well. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I suddenly remember. Yeah, you were overseeing some kind of mining operation in Sweden, was it? Is this... This better not be. This better be a regular town. That is a regular town. Woohoo! Yes! My dreams are coming true. It's a whole bunch of burnt buildings, but it's a dream nonetheless. Okay, well, I guess I should kind of do the smart thing and clear out the town first, but nah. It's twofold. Let's see. Yeah. Or am I missing an exclamation mark? Or, something. Seriously? I don't have Nightbot in. Aw, Nightbots! Why you be such a douche? Ugh, well. Hold on, give me a second, and it should return. It's joining the channel. Alright, so there we are. So yeah, the mods are twofold. One is the Compo-pack, which adds about the current one I'm using right now, which has less of a performance impact. It has about 130 new buildings. And the second one is Live Free or Die mod, which adds a whole bunch of recipes, changes some of the zombies, and gives you, well, a whole lot more crafting options, adds machines to the game, makes changes to the gameplay, like for instance I can't repair pickaxes or shovels. I need to recraft those when the old one breaks. So there's quite a few changes to the game. Get caffeine pills and whatnot. Did I just hear? Thought I heard something. Regardless. Not sure why I'm picking these up. Never tried to make a beehive. Actually not sure if loot respawns in them. I will actually consider doing that. Collect hives. So, hive. Empty hive. I need planks. Never tried to make this. I mean, I haven't really found a great use for honey. But at the same time, the venom sacs are nice because, well, I don't want to get stung, ever. Yeah, it's pretty nice mods. It's, I gotta say, I made life worse for me. I did set the loot respawn up to 99 days. I did turn on always run. I also turned on feral AI, and I'm also playing on the same difficulty. And sometimes I wonder if it's too much of a challenge. But it's interesting. I'll tell you that. It makes the starting game that much more difficult. I was gonna try and make an empty hive. I don't even know if this will. Wait. Can I just place that? Huh, okay, so maybe I'll actually grab these. Or maybe I just won't. Let's have some cat food. Wait a minute. Fullness and hydration and gives wellness. Well, screw that then. I'm eating honey. That's what I'm doing. So there's a whole lot of changes that the mod brings. I mean, 3 of the zombies are now exploders instead of just the one. So you'll have like the Fatso, he's more of a tank person now. And you have the I wonder if I can actually get through there. I probably have to break the top one. You also have tungsten tools, as you can see here. It's good tungsten pickaxe, breaks decayed brick rather easily. But there are still some issues with random gen world, as you can see. Right now, these 2 buildings were mushed together. Wait, did I actually pick those frames up there? No, I didn't. I want those. So, but this is not. I mean, the mushing of buildings is not. It's not a mod problem. It's a random gen problem. And until 7 days, or until the fun pimps actually decide that they're gonna take notice of it and fix it, it's gonna be that way for the foreseeable future. Is there anything I'm carrying that I don't really need? Well, I suppose gravel I don't really need. Dropping in. Well, that's lame. But yeah, some of these buildings are not really secure to walk into. Simply because of the fact that, well, their structural integrity is not what it's supposed to be, because they're kind of mushed together. Once the fun pimps actually decide to fix this problem, I think we'll be in for a better time, but for now, I see it happen now and then. It's not that often, so it doesn't actually bother me as much. Chuck that in there. Grab that, grab this. But I've kind of been looking for something that could extend my games, and I think this is the right solution. I mean, the difficulty settings that I set up, in addition to this mods. I mean, normally I don't play regular 7 Days to Die past 90 days at most. At most. Because I get bored. Even if I have a mini bike or not, I mean, doesn't really matter. Because by that time we usually have a nice base, we usually have a farm, so we're completely self-sufficient. We could live on cornbread till the end of days, and once you remove the survival aspect of the game, then I find that a lot of the enjoyment kind of gets removed. Because what is 7 Days to Die really? That was a zombie that just dropped off. What? Hey now, that's bloody cheating. You can't just plop in on me like this. I need notifications. Jeez Louise, some people. No consideration whatsoever. They just plopped in here. Seriously? Ah, well. So I'm moving down. This is a bizarre place. So part of this is actually part of the other house. As you probably gathered. You sound angry. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Not sticking around there. I think I'll actually have to find an alternate exit somewhere. Looks like a decent sized town. Kinda. Can't really make out much, but it's got a church, which means it has a furnace. Alright, so the Kane actually said that the fiery stuff doesn't do anything. So I'm gonna listen to the Kane. Okay. Does nothing. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I am looking forward to the day where they get a bit more optimization for Unity 5. Because right now the game is not really optimized. Unity 4, I could run full settings. Not really a problem. Oh, fudge! Yes! Zoning out, yes. Focus. Whew! It's difficult to be wanted. What is this, the female army of zombies? Okay, there's one dude. Is this the harm army? They all fought of one dude? And a crawler? Well, I did see actually a fatso, so... And they're toast. But... Well, is that me out of... That is me out of crap, yes. Do I have something? I do have something. Let's see, we are in the desert, so I should be able to grab a couple of these. No jar. Fair enough, I'm not gonna hold a grudge much. But yeah, returning to my rant about this game and the game mode. I do find that it extends the early game quite a bit. So yeah. And I do think that the game will only get better with weather survival if they do it right. So yeah. Yeah, 7 days of cornbread, yes. Yeah, I mean, regular game, I don't really worry that much about that kind of food. I mean, regular game, I could usually survive pretty easily without actually relying on any kind of, well, traveling food to kind of keep raising my wellness, because I generally don't die in regular 7 days die. I do at times because of stupid shit like me mining or building, but I generally don't die from zombies that easily. So it's kinda needs something like end game something to kinda keep the game vibrant and interesting. And that's usually where mods come in. But they did mention that they are kind of slowing down the rapid releases, and they'll go for bigger releases rather than many small ones. Because they gave it a go, this thing about trying to put out content patches in like 3 weeks time. But what they found was that generally they're not as happy with that as they could be, I suppose. Because they kind of feel like they look at this plate and it's like, okay, what can we add in 3 weeks time that will give something to the game and work? And it's like, there's not a whole lot of things that they can actually add to the game that gives it any kind of value, if you know what I mean, in a short amount of time. So they're, instead of doing rapid releases, they're gonna go for more time in between, which I think is the right call, because I mean, I don't mind waiting, especially now with mods. Let's wait those, scrap that. Come on, get done here. That's a rabbit. But yeah, I mean, regular game, I find that early game is still challenging and interesting and fun, because you're finding all the crap you need to craft shit. You're going around traveling. You don't really have that many ways of defending yourself. You sometimes get into really bad situations, and you kind of have to deal with random shit happening. I'm not good enough for you? Come back! Come back! Okay, never mind. I take that back. You can go wherever you want. I don't even care. With fair AI, it certainly seems to jazz it up a little bit. They sometimes seem kind of confused about where they're going. And I think it's more apparent when they're running, rather when they're not. Because they kind of go or they make rapid movements all the time. They're walking, you kind of see them shifting about a little bit, but it's not as apparent as when they're running all the time. Like this guy, he's either trying to flank me or he's running for the mainland. I don't know. Or the hot dog stand, either way. So I am looking forward to Alpha 13 with the weather survival and whatever that will bring. Also kind of dreading it a little bit because that means I'm going back to regular 7 Days to Die. And I'm not sure if regular 7 Days to Die will actually bring that much challenges. But if they can optimize the game engine a little bit more in terms of graphical performance, I will be happy. Because right now, I mean, I'm getting 58 frames. My settings are kind of low-ish. I mean, I'm not running max capacity. These are not the recommended settings for me. If I, for instance, go analyzing DLA, I'm getting around 50 frames. That's up to or down maybe 3 or 4 frames. If I start messing with everything like this, down another 3 or something. And if I set grass distance very far, it goes even further. The tree quality on ultra. I mean, I'll just need to look at the forest or something and it's gonna look messed up. I mean, I just look at that shit in the distance and it's already 23, well, yeah, so. And I kind of feel like the small jerking of graphics and it kind of annoys me. Not gonna worry about these guys. Well, this is kind of just regular 7 Days to Die graphics. I mean, it doesn't actually change anything in terms of graphics. What it does change is... I heard something. What it does change is on a different level. It's more to do with gameplay mechanics rather than graphical stuff. So what I'm hoping is that for Alpha 13 we'll actually see some optimization to the game engine so that we will get better frames. At least that's my hope. But I don't know. I mean, it's all up in the air until we actually know exactly what they're gonna deliver. And it could take ages before the patch is out. I mean, some people were saying that, well, they delivered Alpha 11 and Alpha 13, no, Alpha 11 and Alpha 12 about 3 months apart. And that's fine and all, but that does not mean that it's going to be done in the same time frame. Especially after they said that we tried this rapid release, we don't like it, and we're probably going to stick to releasing when it's finished rather than trying to adhere to like set deadlines. And he also made a point. I mean, Mad Mole had a very good point, which was that, I mean, we could try to satisfy the people that's around right now, or we could aim to like finish the game so more people can enjoy the game, that it will actually be a finished game that we could live with. Like, that makes sense to me, that they would do that. Because, I mean, it is an early access game, and sure enough, they have somewhere between 8 and 15 people working on it. But, and they made a lot of money from it. Mad Mole said so himself. I mean, they're well off. They have all the money they need to finish the game. It's just a matter of time. So, I think all in all, it's gonna be a good game once it comes out. But, for now, the waiting is killing me. I mean, every time I end up anywhere near, like a new patch, you see more and more stuff come out. It's like, oh, there's the video! Oh no! What glorious thing have they put in the game now, which I can't have right now, because they showcased it, but I can't have it yet. And it just, it messes with me. I saw the stuff that they added flooded basements, so I'm like, well, I wasn't really that happy or intrigued by, like, basements anyways. So, and now when there's a chance that there will actually be zombies down in the water in the basements, I'm even less so keen on going down there. But I don't know. I guess we'll see with time what comes of it. There's some oil and another oil. Yes. What is this? Is this my birthday? Let's see. Could I? Okay, I can make the refiner. That also means I need to make a sledgehammer, and that means I have to make an anvil, and I need to make a metal press to start. Yes. All the things you need. So I gotten pretty accustomed playing with Live Free or Die mod. Oh, you're just gonna stay there for a little bit, and then you're gonna come running, huh? I won't bite, lady. Are you stuck on your friend? 'Cause I'm okay with that. You're gonna start running any second now, aren't you? You're just giving me time to think, right? Right? You're not gonna magically move, are you? No? Okay, I'm not sure if you're dumb or if you're stuck, but either way, I'm okay with that. Either alternative is okay with me. Can I get access to your friend here? Kinda want that crap she's carrying. Are you still stuck? What? 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 Okay, I'm scared now. Where the fuck did she... Did she... I'm keeping my shotgun nearby. Ish. That's... Okay, just drop that out of my mind. I'm not gonna think about that. Don't need to think about that. Ooh, an auger blade! Oh yeah. That is why I love cars. Even though it's a shitty auger blade, I can make a miner with that. That means we're sort of-ish in the business. I keep stepping on my own spikes. Cactuses. Yes, I'm fully awake. What are you even on about? Of course I am. Not like Where do you come from? Where did those guys come from? Seriously. There's no rest for the wicked. And I don't know the rest of the song. Yes. They just kind of keep coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes later, she's just gonna come up from the ground in the pool of blood. That's what I'm expecting. I mean, chances are she might actually have died and just kind of got stuck in that animation. I don't know. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Somehow. Oh, he's gonna explode. So yeah, the Fatsos do that now in this mod. They tend to explode. Ow. Don't even have painkillers that I can use? Asshole nurse. Seriously. Protect and serve. No. Do no harm. That's a doctor thing, isn't it? Yeah, probably. It's cops that have do no harm, I guess. That's their motto. No? No. Protect and serve is cop motto. Yes. We cracked the code. Scrap. Well, she can have it. It's not gonna happen. I don't think she feels pain anymore. So that's cool. So quiet thing. Alright, so... It's a little bit back and forth about this stuff. Is there anything I'm carrying right now which I can get rid of? I can make that into books, though the conversion rate is kind of shitty. You know what? I'll head inside this house. Find a boulder, grab some stone, put up a campfire, and set up something temporary here. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Alright, so... I mean, I'm gonna stay here for a while, so I might as well just chuck that shit in. Nope, you're coming with me. Chuck that shit in there. And I'll come back to this house later and I can search it through the night, if need be. But yeah, for the first 30 days or so, I kind of tried to live somewhat nomadic. I mean, I wasn't bolted down to any place in particular. First time I started playing with this mod, that is. But eventually, gas pestered me enough that I eventually got started with getting things back on track. It took a while to do, because I was just astounded by the fact that I was just getting trashed everywhere, left and right. Like straight up brutalized. And yeah, I was having a bad, rough time. Like getting accustomed to the fact that a lot of the things that we used to do no longer kind of work. That was weird. And just kind of wrapping my head around that. No place is really safe, ever. I mean, you need to have the firepower to defend the place if you're gonna stay anywhere. At least for longer periods of time, anyways. I mean, the base was set up eventually. I mean, that was a reinforced concrete base. It's, I think it was something like 3,000 blocks of reinforced concrete, thereabouts. And that took ages to set up, and it took a lot of resources every day to kind of keep it maintained throughout. So it was tricky stuff, basically. And I wasn't used to doing so rapid repairs to my base. I mean, normal game you end up doing repairs to your base maybe once a week after a feral night. And that at most. I heard something. I'm not crazy. Oh, it's you guys over there. You guys can hang. It's kill. Yeah, at most I would replace a couple of blocks here and there. Nothing too major. Once we had a 11 or 13 hour long horde that lasted till the next day. Right. I'm getting those messages. Curious if I'm gonna have him do the work. Hello. Are you still there? Yeah, I easily get sidetracked. There we go, sledgehammer, hammer, and a TV. So, Fahrenheit started at 10, lasted till about... Oh, he's on the outside. How on earth did you get stuck there? Ah, gunpowder, whatever. So, started at 10, ended 11 next day, so about 13 hours. And then we actually had to make some revisions to our base, our repairs and whatnot. I mean, we had to repair a whole stretch of wall. That was standard game. And, I mean, sure, it took a little while, but wasn't something that was an impossible task to do. What? Did she? Not sure if she just spawned or what. They lose me rather easily. It kind of annoys me because memory sense is supposed to be 2 minutes. Does not seem like they have the attention span of 2 minutes. Does not seem that way. Oh, really? Well, whatever. Ooh. Ah, Wandering Horde's got a L.A.M.B.S. Probably gonna have some crawlers out there as well. Alright. Yep. It's since, I don't know, since Alpha 12 or 12.3 I think it was, I started seeing this weird ass issues with spawning. Now that's wandering, well, that was a wandering horde though. But even so, I mean, the spawn issues I've seen is mainly due to stuff like them just popping in, like straight in front of me. I could move into zone and then just suddenly I'm surrounded by zombies. That gets frustrating. But yeah, I mean, it's been known to have issues with spawning. And see that guy there? He wasn't there in the past. I mean, he just popped in. And now I got part of the horde following me. Part of the wandering horde, obviously. But, yeah. So you're not crazy. You're not alone in having this weird spawn stuff going on. Now, I did trail some of the wandering horde, but they're, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Enemies or AI sense time should be 2 minutes, but it's not 2 minutes. Can't be, because they are all confused real quick. Well, this guy, he doesn't actually have the time to really do much. Whoa! What the fuck? Where'd it come from? Whoop! Okay, so yes, pop in. But that is a pretty good indication. But it seems like it's localized in cells. Like each one of these is basically a cell, it seems like. And you could still be hunted by zombies that go way back on a different section, and they won't actually spawn all the zombies in that square. Yeah. Yeah, I actually haven't updated my settings, but yeah. That'll give me a jump scare. I don't really get those much anymore. But, yes. So this kind of annoyed me. I mean, we actually talked a little bit about this earlier back in, I think it was Alpha 9. Because we found a small, or well, it's not actually a small one, but it's a rather large, like winter cabin in northeastern side of L.A.M.B.S. And we spent hours on kind of setting up that base, trying to secure it. Made a huge ass wall. Reinforce the house, everything, but we would still have zombies spawn inside there. So even with sleeping bags there, so I was just annoyed because it seems to ignore the sleeping bag rule that won't actually spawn any zombies near your sleeping bag for 15 blocks. But that seems to have been changed or ignored somehow. Yeah, that just kind of grinds my gears a tad. Because then, essentially, I mean, the only bases that you can make that are safe is the ones you build underground. Then again, you can make the argument, how safe do you want to be? But, I think they need some major overhauls for the AI and for the spawning before we can call this quits. And I don't think we're gonna see much changes in that regard anytime soon. But guess we'll see. I am excited about what Alpha 13 will bring, but I don't think it will be the end of our issues. I just don't think so. Yeah, he gave me a heart condition, I think. I gotta say, I'm a little bit more calm now than when I had a feral chase after me. Oh, that's another thing about AI. Let's see. Drop that shit off there. Just really focus on that wall, and she's not really paying much attention to me at the moment. Then again, I'm not really paying much attention to anything else that's going on behind me, though, but... I don't know. I honestly don't know when they'll actually get around to sorting that. It does annoy me, but not to the point where I stop playing the game. But yeah. And we made a above ground base, or we have made quite a few above ground bases. Prior patches, we actually made like super bunkers deep within the earth, and they worked out really well. They were secure, really secure. And then we kind of got bored with the fact that we could just, yeah, we wouldn't actually have to see a feral horde, so we decided to change up our ways. Wait, did she just... She died? Okay. We decided to build more bases on top of the ground. The thing is, a lot of these surfaces zombies can still spawn, so we made this massive sprawling bunker complex on top, massive walls, and the works around. But what we still would see was that zombies would still spawn inside of our walls, and like up on top bunkers where they usually wouldn't be able to get to unless there were spider zombies. So how have you modified it? Tell me more. Or before I actually ask more about details, have that fixed any of your issues with the pop-in, or is that still as much a thing as it is right now? Because right now I can kind of live with it, sorta. I mean, as long as I have enough ammo, I usually get out of most scrapes, and I'm in 4 iron armor at the moment, so I can take a punch or 2 before I call it quits, but it's not too many punches. So if I had been swarmed by tons of zombies, then I would have been screwed. Wait, what? Did I? How am I? Okay. That makes sense. Oh, come on, get up there. But the main issue for me is the fact that for endgame, there's not really an endgame. The only thing to really do is to keep building, and if that's not your fancy, then you're shit out of luck. Right, yeah. Yeah, I did read something about that. Some people had made changes to, or basically built some of their bases, some of the surface areas with, not sure if I want to go in there when he's still about. Made some of their surface areas built with certain blocks that wouldn't let zombies spawn on them. But I mean, some people even said that, yeah, if you like put those weird roof tiles like that, zombies won't spawn on them. But I've seen many times where zombies has been spawning on that shit. Alright, so I got 73 bullets. Well, that's not a whole lot, but let's wake up the neighbors, I guess. Always with the outliers. Oh, she's trying to go in through the window. Actually, I haven't seen a whole lot of them do that. So, roaming day horde, 9-day cycles of the numbers. Right. Yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like they go off the book after a certain day. I can't remember when, if it's a server issue or what it is, but it kind of seems like after a while, even the feral hordes don't actually come when they're supposed to. Like right now, I miss my feral horde. It's day 21, and I should have had, or it was day 21, and I should have had a feral horde, but I didn't have one. Now, you could say that it's an issue due to me always being on the move. That would be accurate to say. But also, you can outrun your feral hordes. So as long as you're kind of on the move, then it's not really a big issue, the way I see it. And that's generally what I do now until I actually have a proper base. I kind of live on the run on feral days, but now I miss my feral night for whatever reason, and I probably won't see it until the next one comes up. Yeah. Well, she's stuck. She's probably not getting out. Wow. That's almost intelligence. Almost. I think that was a spawn. Let's see. Healing manage. And some painkillers. Yeah, that's kind of the thing of what I'm on about. Also, if you play on a multiplayer server and you have people in different localities, it's not guaranteed that you'll actually get a horde. More times than not, you'll not see a horde. So yeah. Yeah, it's kind of how I play. Early game, I find that I have a hard time actually getting enough ammo. I mean, if I had a couple of thousand shotgun shells, I mean, I wouldn't think twice about putting these assholes down. But early game, I kind of rely on spikes, both for leveling and for keeping myself alive. And these wood spikes are, well, they're not really a finite resource. They can just kind of be used whenever. Is that a remainder of the Wandering Horde? I think they're stuck on spawning. So, to go back to the start, I did, well, we did set up a massive base, and we had pretty decent success with that. With time, though, we had feral hordes, or, well, we had zombie hordes almost every day. And it got to the point where we were mainly repairing and fighting zombies all day long. So, yeah, that got tiresome. I didn't actually find that interesting, because we wouldn't really have time to repair the base and then have another horde. And while we're repairing, we might actually have another horde. So all the time that we spent on kind of keeping the base in working condition was just too much. So I decided to move the machine room and the forge room a little bit away from our base. So dug down to bedrock, set the machines and the forges up about 200 meters from the base. And that's kind of negated all the other issues we had. I mean, we still would have a little horde now and then due to cooking food and whatnot, but other than that, not really any issues whatsoever. So it's easy to game the mechanics in a way that makes your survival easier. But for the first, I don't know, since we first started using the base, we very soon had hordes, and we would deal with the hordes, and we would use guns. And, well, what is gunfire? Well, it's noise and it attracts the zombies. So what would happen? Well, we would have spider zombies. That would kind of just creep in, and they would spawn another horde because we wouldn't be able to deal with all 9 of them at the same time, and then regular horde. So all in all, we we had issues to deal with the whole situation. And what we found out eventually is that the Fatzos, they would kind of run in, do their own thing, blast through our defenses, and we would lose up to like 9 spikes in a row when the Fatzos exploded. So yeah, it got to the point where we actually built all the surrounding areas as well up in reinforced concrete, and we would then place spikes on them. So we would lose the spikes, or some of the spikes at least, but not all of them. And the ground underneath would be damaged, but it wouldn't disintegrate. Because a lot of the issue was that the spikes were pretty durable, but the ground underneath, not so much. It was not so durable. So once we got reinforced concrete underneath that, and we placed the spikes on that, well, we placed iron spikes on it, we would have less issues suddenly, which was great. But still, it required us, like when we had massive hordes, we would have, well, somewhere between I don't know, somewhere between 40 and 150 zombies come at us, and they would really break up the house, really. Where is she? Is she inside? I think she might be. So it does require a lot of things. So for now, I'm playing nomadic, kind of not really tied down to a place. I mean, if we have a base further south, but I'm not really tied down to that place. I mean, sure, we have some nice things there, but if we lose it, it's not going to be the end of the world. But we do have a mine that I set up that is pretty decent. And if we lost that, I would be pretty devastated. You know what? I'm gonna grab the glass jars. So right now I'm kind of working on getting enough knowledge so I can actually make all the machines I need. After which I'll set up a base once we have the materials. Further reinforce that base and yeah, just kind of keep working on it. So when we actually have all the materials that we need to actually set up like at least a preliminary base, I'm probably gonna move ahead and set up a place where we can hold up for longer periods of time than we can at the moment. Yep, that is the plan. Because we did have a whole bunch of well, I'm just gonna eat that. Don't really have enough stuff for it anyways yet. That's generally how I do things. I mean, I live half nomadic. I just kind of harbor in one of the point of interest for a while until I have the materials required to set up a proper base. And at that point, I do actually settle down somewhere. A different place for my life. Or run like hell, depending on. Eventually you get enough machines that you don't really have to go into a dark mine anymore. You'll basically just get a various assortment of items. I don't really need another beaker. Why am I even grabbing that? You have to be a base. So yeah, you could make tons of machines and eventually like you could just sit there and I mean once you can make a coal oven that powers the regular miner. So you chuck 5 wood logs into the coal oven along with 10 lumps of coal, I think it is, and then that will produce you about 90 lumps of coal. And once you have a couple of these, you could kind of fuel some of your machines that runs on coal for quite a hefty time. So you basically get some decent, well, crafts. Fire axe, go crazy, and collect a couple hundred wood. And once you have that, then you just kind of keep on fueling the machines and collecting your output. The only issue I have with the machines is the fact that they are, well, they're infinity machines in a sense. They're not tied to a specific location, so they don't really interfere with the world in a sense. They're basically just blocks, loot blocks, that give you loot when you put the right fuel in. And it doesn't matter about location. I mean, you could set a miner up in a high-rise, it will still work. And that to me was a little bit curious. I mean, I could still live with it, but it's a little bit curious. On the other hand, all the machines, they produce a massive heat signature, greater than most forges. So I guess that sort of outweighs it. If you're gonna be like industrializing your thing, then that's gonna draw a lot of heat. Even more so than what we would get from just regular mining. So I suppose there is a trade-off there. I mean, you could do the mining thing and it accumulates heat over time for the heat map, or you could go full industrialized and just kind of keep doing whatever you feel like. I wonder if there's actually going to be anything there. I kind of doubt it. I think this whole basement is going to be filled with sand, because that's been my experience so far. Is that a gun safe? That does look like a gun safe. Yeah, 1 bullet casing. Exactly what I needed. That 1 bullet to end all the zombies. So some people say that, oh well, you have machines, it makes it so easy. No, it really doesn't do that. It protects you from having to die from falling gravel and shit like that. The trade-off that you make is that zombies are always going to know where you're at as long as you're running them. And they're going to come for you. So there's a trade-off for everything, I guess. I think that's this route done. Got a southern part of town left to clear out. I did see a zombie chick here somewhere. That's the zombie, and there's also a bunker there. I'm not gonna check that out. At least not until I know I'm secure here. Repair. I already have a cooking pot, so I don't really need that. But it's kind of ironic that the stone axes actually shine a bit in this mod, because they're usually your go-to thing at the start anyways. But they become that much more important now because, well, stones are kind of an infinity source of repairs. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I just really like the machines because it gives you another reason to go into towns. It gives you another reason to kind of keep searching for loot, basically. So even if you have a lot of stuff, then it's still gonna be something that. And this whole bean. So many bots at the moment. It's kind of crazy. Oh, where are you going now? Yeah, I did too. I mean, I did add a recipe for oil and whatnot. And brass, I didn't actually go into the effort because I didn't actually need it. I ended up using the shotgun quite a bit. And I kind of felt like I was getting a decent amount of scrap when I was out. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem with that I kind of foresee. I mean, a lot of good loot can be found in rubbish. And some containers, you know that, okay, I'm going out today, I'm looking for this specific thing, I know I'm not going to find it in that or that container, I'm not going to check a fridge for brass, I'm not going to check like a bookcase for gun parts. So you're kind of, yeah, it's kind of limited in terms of what there's actually a point to check. And after playing for a while, you kind of know all these things. So that's kind of also why I like the Compo-pack, is that is not bad. even though I know what the loot containers are, I still don't always know which house is going to give me a good yield or not, if you know what I mean. Like, I could walk into just like a random house I never seen, and I don't know, does this place have a bunker? Does this place have some other fancy shit I don't know about? Is there a secret room? Is there gonna be traps here? I mean, that's not really things you think about unless you like see an army camp. It's like, okay, yeah, there's gonna be mines there, because we all had that one experience. Like, oh shit, what the hell just happened? Oh, there's mines here. Okay, I'll be careful from now on. Let's see now. You know what? I'm bringing back the boat. I am. But there's some things I agree with and some things I don't agree with in terms of the direction of this mods. And one of the things I'm kind of opposed to or for, I'm not sure how I really feel about this, but the fact that you can actually make weapon molds. You can actually create weapon molds. Okay. Ah, sorry about this. Apparently my mic is kind of fucked up. So, I'm gonna actually see if I can resolve that. Just kill my audio for a bit. Let's see now. That explains why people are leaving. So basically I have a mod mic and from time to time it decides to go on the fritz. It happens now and then, so I need to actually straighten out the mic cord. Some wires that get crossed and whatnot, and I get that buzzing thing. Yep. I'm surprised that people don't tell me about this stuff. Blows my mind. How long was it like that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you hear the mic is going crazy, then just let me know and I'll sort it. But yeah, I totally lost lost the topic. But oh yeah, loots. Yeah. And I do think that the Fun Pimps are doing a good job, but yeah. Well, Muffins, you should tell me. Dude, complain about my shitty mic when it's shitty. I actually thought you'd been around for a bit. Sylvanus Max? Because I've seen a similar neck in my chat before. So, oh no, I'm actually thinking about Silvera. Never mind, never mind. Let's see now. Oh, a bunch of crap here. I had I had some issues with my stream as of late. One of the things I had issues with was the fact that, yeah, I get around. Like, I had issues with 70s crashing sometimes when I start to stream, and I basically have to do a restart. And sometimes I would actually get dropped frames and whatnot. Also restart of the stream. And I'm streaming to two different locations, like, so that's why I sometimes stop a little bit. Because some people check me out on YouTube, some people check me out on Twitch. But it varies quite a bit. Who, what, where, and when, and all that stuff. But if you ever checked out Melee, or if you checked out Gaelic or Decane, probably seen me around. It's my usual crowds. So that's zombie there. I'll have room for a couple of things. So, excuse me, Mr. Zombie. Would you mind grabbing all your friends in the area? You're just a lonely loner? That's cool too. Thank you, sir. Or was that a crawler I heard? Yeah. I get a lot of fun watching, a lot of entertainment from watching Decane, especially when Kraven gets in trouble. She has the nasty habit of doing that. And usually she's like, "Oh, Decane, help me! Come on, help me!" And he just, "Oh, okay, I'll go over and help." And he dies. Cracks me up. So, but I mean, I've died as well. So, I've died once to Nixon killing me, cause we were mining, and yes, I mean, I'll take some of the blame. I mean, the mine wasn't exactly that safe to start with, but he didn't make it any better. So yeah. Yeah, but I think they're fun to watch. I think their kind of synergy is good. Yeah, I know. 4 times. It's a lot. I was like, I think I died once to little mining no, I died twice to mining incidents, and I died. What was the other thing? Can't actually remember. Regardless, I've died 4 times, and 2 of them were to mining incidents. 2 previous ones were probably to me being a crazy bugger and trying to do something I really shouldn't. It's usually how my deaths go. Every bad idea usually starts with, "Why the hell not?" And death happens shortly after. But playing Always Run kind of is like a resource management game. You have to learn to kind of crouch. Is that a noise? And know when to run and when to stand your ground. In some cases, I actually have been better off. Yeah, I am so pissed off with the gravel. Oh. I love and hate gravel in equal amounts. Ugh. Sometimes you just see it come sailing down towards you, and then it just converts to a regular thing you can pick up, and it's like, I gotcha. It pisses me off. Really. It does. So much so that I actually, I think it was one of the first run-throughs of Alpha 12. Yeah, it was actually maybe our second one, I think. Second or third, I can't remember. Either way, I ended up finding a mine. It's like, yes, mine found. And I died 3 times in a row. And that's a wandering horde. Alright, come one, come all. Hello. No, I'm not really getting anything out of killing you guys, but you guys will pester me less, I suppose. Knowing you, that probably won't be an option, but I'll be okay with taking a break from Always Run. So, I mean, I half assume that you'll stick around for our first session, and then you'll just trot off, play Ark. Leave me alone with all these asshole zombies. Are you gonna do anything, or are you one of those freaky ass dead people that I just, you don't know you're dead yet? Nice. Okay. Not sure if he was dead or not, but he died. So yeah. Every time I see this FPS drop, looking into that Sandy thing is annoying. Makes me want to buy a new one. Well, I did read some stuff about that, and they were basically, well, the stuff I remember them saying or talking about was that maybe for Alpha 13, you'll see that everyone gets their horde, their individual feral horde. Right now, if you're 15 people on the server, one of those people are going to get that horde, the other people aren't going to be left wanting. So, but of course, if you play on a cooperative server, you're usually all in the same place. But if you're building stuff yourself, I mean, from the ground up, and you kind of live in some kind of community, I suppose everyone will band together and help out with that horde, but right now it's been like, I've been out and about, and people's like, oh, I hope you get the horde, because that way we won't actually have to fight the horde back at our base. Less straight line. I suppose it depends on what they mean. I mean, if they're finally implementing sleepers in, well, everywhere. What's up, Malik? Or Joe? How's it going? I mean, if they implement sleepers, then Always Run will be a bloody challenge, because you will be going into a house and it's like, anyone there? No? I'll just help myself to just loot then. And you'll be stuck in looting. And moments later, you're gonna be barraged by a whole bunch of zombies that are gonna eat your brains. So, I don't know. I'm optimistic, of course, about the future of well, 7 Days to Die, but, you know, there's couple of issues that annoys me right now. Of course, there's the lack of late game content. Like a late game challenge. Early game is great, late game is meh. So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, and they will level up the group they are attacking. Yeah, I was so hyped about the minibike. I was overhyped about the minibike. I was like, oh yes, finally transportation. Oh. What we got really was a disappointment. I was soul crushed. I swore off the minibike for years to come, and I didn't touch it until I think it was. I bumped into the Kane stream a while back, and he was like, well, I asked him, does the minibike work now? It's like, yeah, well, it kind of works. Why do you ask? And I was like, well, let me tell you. I think it was 12.2 or 12.3. We built 4 minibikes for the entire crew. and we had shitty luck. So, yeah. Eventually, we got 4 minibags, and we go for a test drive, because that's what you do when you get a vehicle. It's like, yeah, see how this handles. And the end result was 2 people fell off the world. One got the bike stuck under the ground. 2 had to disconnect to try and recover their bike, because the bike just fucked off in one direction and the player just kind of disconnected back there. I found mine like 200-300 meters further down the line, and don't even get me started on the bloody inventory crap. I loaded up the entire thing with goods. It's like, ah, yes, I will bring my huge ass bounty back to base in style. Get back to base, it's like, huh, there's nothing in that fucking basket. Nothing. I wanted to strangle someone, but I ended up taking out my frustrations on some zombies. And then I just scrapped the entire thing, because it was useless to me then. I mean, I could not find an engine that was better than faulty. No, poor. Yeah. I couldn't find an engine that was better than poor. And that means that I could actually run at the same speed as the minibike. And we had an almost infinite supply of coffee, so where are you going? I'm not even hunted. Are you kidding me? Bon voyage. See you later. He stopped now. Yeah. Yeah, that's real life for you. That's just the way it is. You saw the fate of everyone else in the town. It's like, nope, not having any of that. I will not be another notch on Jigger's belt. I think is part of he's hot and he's cold, he's yes and he's no. Yeah, this town is not large enough for the both of us. I can see your spine, dude. You're not even gonna... Okay. That's fine. Oh, man. Okay, so yeah. Feral AI kind of leaves something to be desired. Nighttime, I mean, I made a mistake once of going into a city nighttime. And I don't actually have a fancy command or anything for that. But let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find the thing. Let's see. Channel! And it's one of my older highlights, actually. I think that should do. Copy link address. Yeah, so that's one of my older highlights. I kind of forgot that I was doing feral AI. And when it's nighttime, they all come for you. So yeah, talk about forgetting something essential. That's the way it goes, I suppose. Oh yes, it's the beard. I don't know, Melee. I mean, it kind of seems like it's... I don't know. Yeah, I think Sylvanas is on something there. I do think that, I mean, zombies are weird, regardless. Only difference is that when they're running, their weirdness is multiplied. Because you'll see, like, zombies go like this, kind of chase you, and they wobble off in this direction, and they come after you and whatever. So I'm sometimes curious if it's by design, or if it's just stupidity. I honestly don't know. Let's see, I'm nearly done in this town. Didn't actually check that house back there. Alright. What? Oh, hello, sir. Are you lost as well? Okay, this to me makes no sense. This guy, what he's doing right now is just stupid. But he's taking damage from the spike because he's moving around a little bit. So he'll die eventually. But the fact that his primary concern right now is breaking that iron fence while he takes damage from the spike. Intelligent designs? I don't know. I don't think so. Let's see now. Did actually use a fair bit of crap there. Let's see, chuck that in there. Still haven't grabbed those stones yet. Oh, well, whatever. Guess I'll make some home-cooked meal here. Seriously? I'm probably gonna need a restart for that shit. Just gonna disconnect and reconnect real quick. Muting the video for a little bit. Let's check our password and all that jazz. Ah, just load, will you? We all know you're gonna fold. And suddenly I can hear zombies again. Yeah, I totally see where you're coming from, Joe. It's weird. I mean, I don't see a reason why it should be that way, and yeah. And yours is not even on feral, so I mean they should be able to spot you. And it would kind of make sense to me if mine was on feral, that they would kind of go, hey, dude, we'll kill you, boom. But no, they haven't. Not so far. I mean, sometimes they do actually find me, but almost seems more an accident than anything real. There we are. Put that in there, and let's see. Did I dispose of everything? I can scrap that. Grab the cloth. Yes. Even numbers. Oh yeah. Yeah. There we are. I mean, the zombies are weird. No way getting around that. Yeah. I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, I've been noticing the same thing as you, though. That they aggro you at weird times. I mean, sometimes they aggro me when I don't expect them to, and sometimes they don't aggro me when I expect them to. So, I'm not sure if they're pulling some kind of mind game on me or what, but I don't really think it's always like it's supposed to be. I don't think all is well in the zombie world. I think they have too many worries. Too many powerful heroes, survivors out there. Making a name for themselves, killing zombies. Yep. That's what it is, dude. That's what it is. It's kind of puzzled me from kind of day one. I mean, once they kind of get at targets. I mean, if the server spawns like a feral horde or a dog horde, I've actually been in the server looking at it or looking at the log, from what was occurring when that happened. And in that case, they are pinpointing you exactly, and they're sending zombies directly to you, and after that, their tracking kind of takes over. But when that thing kind of happens, then that kind of makes sense to me. That works, but I think that their detection system is kind of borked after a recent update. Because they were talking a little bit about that they moved back the stealth detection to something akin to Alpha 9. So if that's the case, they kind of broke it a little bit as well. But that does mean that you can sometimes get away with things that you otherwise wouldn't, and vice versa. So overall, I'm not too worried about that. I mean, I don't mind not fighting zombies sometimes. Varies though. It does. More wood spikes. Always crafting. So I saw you had a poll about craft timers. What was your end result? What did people actually feel like? Because when I cast my vote, it was going in one direction and one direction only. It was basically to wait, did I break that shit open? Guess I did. Or a zombie. He's going in the direction of decreasing craft timers and loot timers. And I don't really see a gain. I mean, we had this conversation before, so you kinda know my stance on that. Because I don't really feel like it adds a challenge. Some people say that it does, of course. I mean, I can kind of see it. If you're in the middle of nowhere, you have no ammo, you have all the materials to make ammo, and you suddenly have a wandering horde coming towards you, you have 10 seconds. If you have Instacraft on, you could craft all the bullets, and you could start firing immediately. If you don't, then you start crafting and reload your gun as you get ammo. I mean, neither of those would be a challenge to me. And if you look at the building aspect, of course, that's a different thing though. Slightly different one. What you're basically removing is the time it takes to craft the items. I mean, you still have to gather the items. And to me, once I'm at the building stage, I don't really like to diddle around, but a few people were complaining. I was like, oh, you have no craft timers, no loot timers. That's totally hacks. I don't even care. But I set them on quick, just to shut them up, and it's no harder than it used to be. Oh, the vote was for the community server, was it? Or am I mistaken? I actually thought that the vote was for your gameplay. But yeah, then I understand what you're on about. Because it seemed kind of unusual that you would actually have a change of heart in that sense. Yep, that's that makes more sense. I mean, I'm playing with quick timers, and yeah, I don't really see any major difference. I mean, I'd spend a little bit more time on this roof, and if I'm in a situation where I might get killed by zombies, I mean, I wouldn't loot anything. Or in some cases I would, but that's besides the point. Well, you're thinking about looting then, right? I mean, you take chances and you lose something in front of a zombie. I could kind of see what you're on about. Though, yeah. Of course I don't agree, but... Ow. I got quick timers and that's the most I'll ever have. At least for the crafting, that is. I mean, I do remember playing with full-on once. Well, thing is, I generally don't loot until I'm safe. I mean, I kill everyone and then I think about looting. That's how I work. Of course, in a wasteland with feral AI, that's different. But I still don't really loot stuff unless I'm in an elevated position or if, well, okay, so if I'm hunted and I'm in an elevated position, I'll take the time to loot. If not, I won't. It's just that simple. Just not gonna happen. Cause I'm gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna be screwed if I do. Let's see now. Okay, decide where you want to put the frame, my man. I'll do. Yeah, I mean... I always make that decision regardless. I mean, I don't really loot anything when there's zombies around unless I feel confident that I can. So let's say I'm spiking a horde. That happens quite often. And I have a trash bin somewhere, or trash pile somewhere. I'll probably end up considering it if there's something worthwhile. But right now, like, for instance, that guy, let's say if I saw this, not really that easy to see, but if I saw that, I might have. Because I gauge the time to be okay to actually reach or complete it. Yeah, it's exactly like you say. I think, well, I suppose I can see where you're coming from in that sense. Because all the other stuff I've done has been to make my life worse. It's to the point where I sometimes figure, should I actually stream today because I'm not really focused. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna die if I'm not focused. I need to get my shit in order before I actually start streaming. I think that's a kind of stupid mistake. In the same way when you're at, I mean, I think the, well, primary concern about craft timers early levels is that you level up so quick. But you still have to invest the time to gather materials to level up, of course. So, I don't know, I'm a bit back and forth on that. Clockwork did make a good argument about that, when you have insta craft timers, you can easily level up. And that is true, and in essence, you could probably make better tools that will help you level up quicker. So, he has a point to it. And And I was throwing around the idea of lowering the XP gain from crafting and stuff like that, and then have it solely be about zombie killing. But then again, that doesn't cater to my playstyle either, because I do end up killing zombies eventually. It's just that it takes a fair bit of time before I get to that point. So let's see. I'm gonna boil up the coffee. Let's see what else I'm gonna grab. So I got one more egg. And I can make some other crap. Let's see. Coffee and a couple of goldenrods. Well, gonna not take that long. I suppose it is true though, but I do have people coming into my channels going like, ah, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Well, if you don't enjoy it, get out. And that's my basic response. At the same time, I try to prove them wrong now and then, in terms of what's actually challenged and what's not. Because I think that the main challenge in the survival game should be fight against the elements. Biofuel in you. Make your own damn gas. What do I get now? Ah! That is some nice loot right there. Alright, so biofuel. Really? That's interesting. Well, that's something. Of course, I haven't found a gas can schematic. Decane did move one of his servers over to modded Live for Your Diamond. Or modded 7 Days to Die. And apparently he said one of his people that play on the server actually found the gas can schematic. I've still not found it. I'm kind of hoping that that will be a thing that I can actually start to use. I learned two things. One is distilling for dumb shit, which basically means I can craft grain alcohol in my crafting bar. I don't actually need any kind of campfire or anything to do that anymore. Or, well, I don't actually, you can't make it any other way, but I can make grain alcohol now. And I got distilling for dumb shit, which also means I can make beer. That's a bit more complicated process. And I'm kind of wishing that they would actually make their own distiller for grain alcohol, but semantics, I suppose. And the other one is biofuel. So I don't think I'm actually going to be able to do anything with biofuel just yet. Because, well, doesn't actually have the gas gun schematic. And last time I checked the loot table for Live for Your Die mods, the gas can schematic is not in regular loot. So that brings up the question, is there actually, is it actually in the thing, or is it not? Because if it isn't, then, well, I'm not going to be able to make gas cans, regardless. So, that is what's on my mind right now. 2 more coffee. Yes, please. But that book alone, I mean, distilling for dumb shits is very important. Biofuel could be, I'm not sure yet, because right now it kind of seems like you're a bit more focused on getting the refiner machine. And once you have the refiner machines, you need to find a whole bunch of oil barrels. And one oil barrel will give you some 1 or 2 gas cans or something. And oil. Yeah. It is part of the mods. I mean, I wouldn't know how to go around making grain alcohol in the first place, so... I mean, if I could just dump some corn and some water in a crate and let it sit for who knows how long, just shake it up. I actually seem to recall they recently made powder alcohol. Or something like that. And some guy actually did some testing. Trying to get drunk off this stuff, and it was just a huge undertaking on his part, because, yeah, he did eventually get drunk, but it took fair amount of time. So maybe it's something like that. Maybe it's powdered alcohol. Who knows? So we'll make some goldenrod tea, and that means we can make 2 more anti-venom. I already have 5, so not really like I need that much more. But I'm gonna condense the paper, and I got 2.5 kilometers back to base. That kind of lands me in the middle of that wasteland, but if I follow the roads, I'll probably latch onto this one right there. We shall see. But kind of managing your inventory is kind of a pain early game. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. And I kind of approve of the fact that the fun pimps are gonna kind of not exactly slow down production, but they're gonna stop focusing on making like short-term gains at the cost of long-term gains or gains for the game, which I approve of, because that way what we'll see is things that they really can take their time with to make sure that they work and that they're well tested. Of course, we are still guinea pigs, make no mistake about that, but for them to be able to take their time with the game is important. I think that is really important, because if they're going to keep rushing things, then none of us are actually going to see a benefit from that. I'm not sure if I actually need to bring those back. You know what? I'm just going to drop them off here, keep them there. I'm not going to use anything else regardless. Let's see. Building and cooking? What? Yeah, it's... Since me and Kiara started playing the game together, she would kind of take over the duty of making sure we were fed, and I didn't actually go into the kitchen other than to grab food for forever. So I'm not gonna need that. Let's see. Have some eggs. Yeah, I mean, okay. The main selling point for Alpha 12 was the mini bike, and it flopped. It's now kind of functional, but it's not where it needs to be. I'm still losing that shit, just randomly for whatever screwed up reason. So it's not where it needs to be, but I mean, it's slowly, ever so slowly improving. Gonna leave that. Gonna grab the batteries. This other stuff I'm just gonna leave for the time being. What else could I drop? Don't need the food right now. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of worrying in a sense that a lot of these things that they're working on is when they're rushed, it does kind of mess with it. I mean, they don't have enough time, not enough data to actually know if it's going to work properly. But we'll see. I mean, I kind of went into the recent, or the last time I built the mini bike. I had it for days, and I really liked that thing. I really did. But it let me down in the end. It just kind of fucked off and never came back. Yeah, I suppose. I'm not worried that it's not going to be playable. I'm more sore about the fact that it means I won't be able to... Let's see, are they going to dehydrate? Yes, they are. Well, hello there, assholes. I'm not going to deal with you guys just now. Follow that road, yeah. I'm a little bit more sore about the fact that I need to go back to regular game. Because I didn't find anything in the plans for Alpha 13 that would kind of rectify some of my concerns about late game. Not really anything that popped out at me and was like, this is gonna be nice. This is gonna solve some issues. And I mean, I've racked up 818 hours so far on this game. I've seen most things and I know a fair bit, and there's probably a couple of things I don't know about how the game works and some other stuff in the game, smarter ways of doing things or building and whatnot. But I played it for a fair while, and I got a fair grasp of what I'm doing and how the game works, and that means that whenever I drop into regular game of 7 Days to Die, I just kind of immediately do this, I do that, and I'm sorted. That's usually how it goes for me. And that's fine and all, but if we're jumping back in, okay, so let's say weather survival. We'll struggle for a bit. We'll get the right clothes. I don't even know if we have to keep multiple sets of clothes on us. I don't know. That remains to be seen, I guess. Dropped all the sticks I was carrying. Thanks. I mean, if it's like Ark, where we actually have to keep multiple clothes on us, then I don't know. That feels like a weird step in a weird direction. Then again, could be good. I don't know. There's too many unknowns at the moment to actually say which way it's gonna go, and could turn out that Alpha 13 is gonna be the best Alpha. Don't know. But some of the other stuff that they talked about is unique hordes for every player on the server, which I approve of. I think that's going to be a good thing. Yeah. But how do you plan for that, though? That's the problem, because right now, on paper, Random Gen 3.0 looks really nice. Like, okay, so you have altitude, you have humidity, you have temperature, and you have a global temperature for every place and all that, and that's nice and all. But if you look at, like, a regular map, all this crap is desert. So we got grassland, we got woodlands, so that's fine and all. Right now, I actually have a reasonable, okay-ish map, but, I mean, what's further north here? Shouldn't that be cold areas further north? I mean, that's the way it makes sense in my head. So for this area, I could plan out, I'm gonna use like light clothes and whatever. What happens when I travel further south? I mean, how far am I gonna travel? It kind of requires to have some kind of knowledge of the areas that you're gonna go into. So that means if I walk into the, well, if I walk into a woodland biome, and then I figure, well, okay, this is gonna be a woodland for a good stretch of time, and then I just kind of walk straight into some kind of, well, I don't even know, some kind of desert biome or winter biome. I mean, I'll probably be kind of okay-ish if it's woodland that doesn't fall by winter, but am I gonna be fully dehydrated in the desert because I'm wearing gear that's not suited? And then suddenly I get landed somewhere else. And I think random gen right now is too sporadic to be able to plan properly unless you know exactly which locations you're going to. And that requires you to scout out ahead, to have some kind of knowledge that this direction that I'm taking right now is going to lead me to more desert, or it's going to lead me to grassland, or it's going to lead me to whatever. So I think it's going to be hard to plan out unless you're playing Navigus. And I think that will make Navigus easier. Because you know if you're heading there, you need that. If you're heading this way, you need that. Yeah. Seen towns with tree biomes. Yeah, same here. So, I mean, I'm all for the biome dithering. But I think they need to make more sense. If that makes sense. They can't be as random as they are now. I don't know. I just kind of feel like they need to set certain parameters. Like, if you follow this stretch, then the further north you get, you'll get this and this biome. The further south you go, this and this biome. At the same time, well, I want to have the cake and I want to eat it too, because I don't want to have put up boundaries either. I mean, if you put up boundaries like, okay, you start up north, that's a cold, then you move down to woodlands, then you move down to grasslands, then you have wastelands thrown in between, and then you have the desert at the far south. But I don't know. And in terms of armor values, well, I don't know. I mean, we still make do. On insane difficulty setting, I can kind of agree with you. Cause, I mean, well, we found that even with pretty decent armor, with iron armor of somewhat okay quality, we would still get one-shotted sometimes by dudes. So, yeah. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how it will play out. I am. I'm not as hyped for Alpha 13 as I was for the minibike and Random Gen 3.0, which both were kind of, well, they were good concepts, but in practice they weren't as great as I wish they would be. So yeah, I don't know. It's all ramblings of a crazy guy. Let's see, arrow. Yeah, that is a concern. But I mean, if you look at anything else, I mean, later difficulty stages, melee is not really an option at all. So, I mean, I don't use melee weapons at all, none, because they're inefficient. They're gonna drain my stamina, I'm gonna die before I kill them. And if I get stunned and their friends get to me, I'm fucked. So, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, it kind of goes to show that you really shouldn't be hit at all, whatsoever, ever. Because if you do, then you're toast. That's it. Of course, it's easy to say though, but I mean, to actually not get hit all the time or at all it's challenging. Because it requires you to be aware of all of your surroundings at any given point. And it's not made any easier by the crappy spawning. So there's an issue there as well. You added what ability to your mods? Is it an actual mod, or is it just modifications to the server that you run? Perfect. All of them. Alright, so when I get back to base, I'm probably... well, the house was kind of a mess last time we left. So I'm curious what tonight will hold in store. Yeah, I mean, Live Free or Die mod actually did make some changes to that. Let's see. Yeah, so in this mod you can find a headlamp, and that functions as mining helmets. That is pretty nice. So like right now, this is a whole it's not a wide array of stuff you can wear though, and you can't make them either. Not that I know, anyways. So I would like to be if that was a thing. Of the mining helmet or of the iron helmet? Because I think the iron helmet is 50% all across the board at max quality. So I could, of course, be wrong. I'm not sure. Oh, right. Well, ball caps, I don't know. I can't remember. I can't actually see the armor value, but it's like any given ball cap. If it's of a high quality, I don't know how good they are. If they've been boosted or something, I don't know. Honestly, I tend to only go for the mining helmet for the most part, and when I'm out and about later game, and I have a fair bit of ammo, I tend to rely on the shotgun, because this light from the shotgun, this is a flawless flashlight. It gives a whole more light than I get from this shitty ass mining helmet. So ideally, I want for the fun pimps to just easily add it to the game that you can actually attach flashlights to helmets. Even if that has to be done with duct tape, I don't care, because right now you only have one use for duct tape. And that's to assemble a mini bike. And I kind of figured that you would actually use the duct tape for, well, taping the flashlight to the shotgun, but I was wrong about that. Because right now, there's not really an explanation for why that is the way it is. It's more of a, well, this is just happening. You're along for the ride. Reminds me, when we left the base, it was kind of in disarray. Well, yeah. I kind of, I was looking for a light. I mean, I ride my mountain bike to work, even during the winter time. It gets pretty dark here, so I made my homemade solution of a headlamp. I had a powerful L.E.D. flashlight, and of course I taped it to my helmet. Works perfectly. So I do think you should be able to attach a flashlight to most guns in the game, at least the ones that make sense. I mean, sure, you could attach a flashlight to a sniper rifle, of course, but the real point there wouldn't actually be a real point to it, aside from if you're using a sniper rifle in close quarters. Or if it's the only gun you have, at which point it kind of makes sense. So that's 3. Really did like the fog in this area. It's a little bit too much sometimes. It seems like all the zombies have repopulated here as well. Yeah, it is. Even in dark buildings, you actually have a use for it, so in that sense, light is always important. Hello, Mr. Deer. I think that zombie's at my front somewhere. Traps are done. Oh, nice. And I lost them. Okay. So, scrap. Not really sure if there's one stronger than the other. I generally don't build anything out of scrap. But in this case, I might actually be inclined to make an exception. Because we kind of left in a hurry. So it didn't really actually do too much to kind of protect this area. And zombies can just kind of walk straight in. Not really an ideal situation for us. Oh, come on, stupid grass. Just get. Well, that'll kinda do. Ah, boy. Ah, boy. More stuff to fix. Lady. Oh, that's a mess. Hang on, so is this place, so... Well, that's nice. Gears. Boards. Anvil. What? I don't have OCD. That's a lie and you know it. Kind of. So... That's a good start. It's still gonna take 12 minutes. But I do think that most of our enjoyment is going to be actually coming from mods. It's the long-winded point I'm trying to make. Because of the slowdown and the development process. It's gonna be a fair bit of time before it's actually up to par with what we want. So, and I suppose that's okay. Because in the meantime, mods will kind of have our back on that. They'll provide content that we need to kind of keep playing the game. At least that is my theory, that's the way I think it will play out. Right, I'm crafting shit, so I can't exactly stroke crap away. Auger blades, hunting rifle parts, that does not belong there. That goes there for the time being, I guess. Whatever. Trying to keep order in this place is nearly impossible. That's gonna need a whole lot more fuel. I'm actually gonna do all that. Well, that's fire axe, metal plates. Well, someone was lucky, I guess. In that regard, we did actually get zombies down here, as you could see by the slight destruction. This is actually part of the Compo-pack, so I didn't actually have to worry about that. Well, I still worry, but you know. Anvil. Oh yeah. So you can find tons of these random buildings around. And I will probably still run with the Compo-pack come Alpha 13, because I can't imagine playing without it, really. It's weird not having it. So sure we had some clay here somewhere. Ugh. Really? No clay. Alright, well I guess let's hop to it. And iron, of course, I'm not gonna be able to do that yet. Repair kits. Well, as I said, you're familiar with regular point of interests. Compo-pack basically adds a couple of vanilla ones that they took out the game for various reasons. They also add a whole bunch of community-made point of interests as well. So you get, in total, the latest pack brings over 200 buildings into the random gen mixer. The older one gives about 138 new buildings. So it's a pretty worthwhile thing to have. It is pretty nice. Alright, so not really a place we can stay much longer, seeing as it's being wrecked. I just need some clay. And I just need a shovel. I mean, we have some tungsten shovels, but I can't be asked to go grab them in the allotted time, so Rebar. Frame. Up to it. Let's see. We got some clay over here, I think. Yes, we do. So you find everything from new garages to gas stations to missile launch silos to cornfields that has messages from aliens to bunker complexes to sewer systems. It's a whole lot of things. Or zombie research facilities, zombie theme parks, even. The list is almost endless. Alright, so I can't remember how many I needed, but... Sledgehammer, yes, molds. That is what I need. And back to, well, you know what, I'll just make lumps of the entire thing. Suppose we could do with a door as well, but... Hard metal door is... a fair bit of steel, and they broke through this door like it was nothing, so... That'll stop them for a little bit, but it's not gonna... stem the tide of zombies. It'll give me a little bit of a, give me a little bit of a break of sorts. They won't just crash into here like I don't know, something. Sledgehammer molds. Actually see how much I needed, but 9, okay. Well, that'll do. Why am I even adding coal? I don't even need to add coal. Rebar! Frames, so... Scrap that for whatever. So there's a whole bunch of buildings, as I said, and some of them are booby traps. Some of them are gigantic. There is I think it's a 9-floor skyscraper that shows up in Wastelands. You have a Sears Tower looking thing that also shows up in the Wasteland. You have like small shops, like can't remember what they're called, but basically a shop that shows up in the Wasteland. All in all, not too shabby. Well, not gonna stay here forever. Just not gonna worry about that. Let's see. Can I take one of those and make a... Yes, I can. I don't think I actually crafted a whole sniper rifle just yet in this mods. Haven't even gotten close to finding all the parts. Or actually, no, I was actually close at one point, but I wasn't able to get all of the parts required. Well, something rifle, something rifle barrel, yes. So, the end game weapons, you still can craft, like the scoped AR, which is like a lucky find. Can't make the 38 either. Can't make the hunting rifle parts. And some of these things lack parts to be able to craft full weapons. So even if you can make some parts of the weapon, you still have to scrounge for others. But you can basically make a complete hunting rifle if you still want to. Sledgehammer. see, I need... What do I need? What do I need? Need a couple of sticks and a tool handle, don't I? Yes, I do. And iron sledgehammer. And now I need lumps of coal and where the... There we are. Oh, what? What's up, Cole? How are you doing today? What? You know, there we are. Graphic bolts. Now we're soon banging on all cylinders. I need to make that into lumps, and I got a shovel right here. There we are, and I need some forged iron, and I need my sledgehammer. Excellent. I can try and repair that. And that means this lucky find, I am cooking on all cylinders. That is great. Alright, so I need more fuel for that. It's 248 something. I should probably get as far away from this place. Okay, that's a bit too much. So I need to go into horde fighting mode pretty soon. Because this is gonna wake them up, those assholes. They are gonna be dime a dozen here pretty soon. Stone shovel, don't need that. Lump of coal, don't need that. Well, actually, okay, I'm gonna real quick make some more. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Pretty good, pretty good. I had a pretty nice sleep. Good night's sleep. That does wonders. So can't complain at all. Not even a little bit. See, did I have more gunpowder? Yes, I did. So what I'm lacking is really a bit more coal. And I got the sledgehammer, whatever. Yes, I do. And chuck that in there. All the reds could just sit there and rot. Beer, well, keep that for now. And of course I'll let go of the bloody shovel. Yes, still need that. There we are. And presto! Want as many plates as I can get. Because chances are this place will be swarming pretty soon. I mean, I got 2 forges running. That's enough to keep them running. So, and I'm looking for. Okay, so its stack is 64. Okay. Alright, so check the remainder plates there. There we are. And now I got a tungsten pickaxe and I got a flawless fire axe. Apparently one of my buddies just dropped it off. Reverb frame. Check that in there. Right there. Reverb frames, well, I'm gonna craft a whole bunch of them, so I do have enough to make a preliminary base, at least. That I do. Question is where to build it. But we'll worry about that eventually. No need to worry about that just yet. And not gonna have any use for those. Planks. You know what? I'll leave the planks there. Could do with a door. course, could always do with a door. Put that in there as well, and then I got 2 stacks of crap. 6. 48, still not enough. So that's 500. Hundred and something. $300, 400, and that should do. Need a bit more than just that, I'm afraid. That's gonna take forever. And close that. Well. Ooh, no, seriously. I have a whole bunch here. That'll help a little bit. Yes, I'm not a scatterbrain. What are you on about? Of course not. I wouldn't. Never be. Scatterbrained. Alright, so next order of business. I should make a coal oven at some point in time. Metal plates, I do have that. Machine frame and machine frame. I do have that as well. Okay, so iron rods, forged iron. Probably make a couple while I'm at it. That'll do. In the meantime, I'm gonna get some other stuff. I think I did have brick. Which is clay and... okay. Machine frames, yes. You know what, so I'm just gonna let that finish, and then I'm gonna drop that off right there. So I need a coal oven. That's brick. So I suppose, let's see, I don't actually have any... Grab that. And let's see now. This is one of the things I approve of, the fact that you can actually break forges and take them with you. That is a nifty little thing. I can't go too far away from the space, else this kind of thing, or the forges will stop working basically. I can't remember the range, but after a certain time they'll just won't work. You kind of have to stay in the area. But I do think that we have some tungsten over yonder. And do we actually have any clay in the area? That is the question. Made a whole bunch of lumps of clay back at base, but gonna be using those. Okay. That looks like clay to me. Suppose I could make a shovel, but that should do nicely for my needs right now. So I'm gonna head over to the mine. I found actually 4 mines. Well, 4 entrances to mines in that area. And where each one leads, I have no clue. So I only checked the one. And right, that's gonna be a while. But that will help my ammo situation a bit. Did actually make a whole bunch of ammo for me and my buddy Nixon. Made 200 rounds, and we had limited potassium nitrate rounds, which wasn't exactly ideal. And then he goes and, well, he didn't actually pick up the ammo. I dropped him, well, about a little over half a stack. Gave him the larger portion because he tends to die. And he forgot to pick it up, and it despawned shortly after. Yay. So that was some potassium nitrates down the drain. But once we actually get to a point where we can, well, I can already make it a miner. Some of those issues will go away. Not all of them, but some of them. So should be better. I'm still not sure if I actually have to go in and do the changes to the machines, because essentially the machines are loot containers, and they go by loot buttons. So if I've set my loot buttons really high, I'll get more from the machines. If they're low, I'll get less. And last playthrough I had, I did manage to fix some of the machines so they were given appropriate yield in terms of how much they should actually give on 100% loot buttons, which is kind of what I want it to be like, or at least a rough similarity to that. That's a couple of zombies around. Now, I'm just gonna creep down here, and you guys are not gonna follow me, okay? Okay. So, I'm curious if I actually have to change it again, because I had to, well, I reinstalled the server once I started this one, because I had some tech issues. And all those changes I made are probably gone, so it remains to see once I actually make it a machine and see if they actually give the appropriate yield or not before I make any changes to that. So yeah, we will have to see. That'll do. Still working on that. Let's see now. Tungsten, yes. So I need a bit of brick. And I need to make a glass jar mold. I also need to make a bucket. So iron ingots, molds. One of those. Make a bucket. And I need a jar mold as well. I do think I have some sand here, so I should be able to make some straight off the bat. But for simplicity's sake, I should probably go ahead and easily move or get like a water source down here, because that would probably help quite a bit. So let's see, what else do I need to make? I do have some coal here. I don't actually think I need that much. Might as well use lumps, but that's... Regardless of that... Alright, so make a bit more. Yep, do approve of Nightbots. It is very nice. Kinda crazy how many spammers have turned up as of late. Crazy. But I'm still curious who they're kind of catering to, because I mean, I know there's some weird people out there, but most people won't actually just click random links on the internet. That's not how it works in my book. Anyways, all right, buckets. Let's grab that. So we got our buckets, and we need a little bit more wood. Guess I'll just leave the clay here. Thought we did have sand here. Or maybe I grabbed it all and moved it over to the other base. Okay, well, we can get sand. That should be appropriate amounts. And now I just need to find a water source. That does look like a water source. Alright, well, I'm not building anywhere near these mines, that's for sure. I know a lot of people do though, but never saw the points, sorta. Alright, so is that all the... No, that is not all the shells can make. Alright, feeling a little bit better now. We have some ammo. Wellness is still not where it needs to be, but we'll resolve that sooner or later. Yeah, it does have some stack lights. Ow. Call that a kill stealer, but me, you put him up in the first place, so I suppose it's not that weird. Now, yes. Weird frame drops. That was the biggest pond I could find. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, it's water. What we need. Ish. So, let's see now. some planks. Don't actually think I have any kind of tool for preparing shit or for setting shit up. So I'll just basically make a stone axe. So that's that, but I still need a bit of sand, basically. Probably gonna be streaming for a little while longer. I'm actually getting rid of some furniture today. So bear in mind it gets off work about 2 hours, thereabouts. Or well, about an hour or so. And the plan is to get rid of that furniture and yeah, get some room for a proper gaming table. And if all goes well by night's end, you guys will probably see me in a proper gaming chair and at a proper table.
Okay, oh god, oh god!
Thank you for the follow,
Yeah,
Mister.
yeah.
So, if everything goes well, in the background, you will probably see this sofa instead of me sitting on it. But yeah, cheers for the follow, Sylvanus Max. Always appreciated. So we're gonna get some sand here. Any sand will do. No, we're here to collect sand, not do whatever you're thinking about doing. Just explode. Come on. Pathfinding is not the greatest thing ever. In some regards, I've usually said this in the past in the regular game of 7 Days to Die, that once I get to the stage or where I have a shotgun and I have some ammo, the game is almost over for me, in a sense. It's simplified of sorts, but it still holds some value to me. It still holds some truth. Oh, you asshole. You. Do not approve of you. Getting all in my bee's knees. Because as soon as I have guns, and I do have some ammo, everything kind of seems to fall into place. Of course, if I'm out and about, let's see, crushed sand. That should give me a decent yield. Kara? How much crushed sand do I need? How much crushed sand do I need to actually make jars? You remember? Yeah. Helpful as usual. I suppose. I mean, I did watch a guy called Jonah Burke. Yeah, he used to play with his own kind of setup. He basically played single player, and he played with 25 loot buttons, but otherwise his setting was pretty much equal to mine. I don't think he played with feral AI though. Either way, he basically instilled rules upon himself that if he died, he had to start over again, which made it kind of interesting to watch. I mean, he got in some gnarly situations and many times nearly died or just straight up died, and that would trigger a reset, and that was kind of his challenge to himself that he would go a game without dying whatsoever, and then he would restart if he died. And I can respect that. It's certainly a challenge. It certainly is a challenge. So we all find ways to challenge ourselves. But the way I see it, I mean, I would not be able to get away with moving around at night with... Well, I might be able to make it work with a hunting rifle, because a hunting rifle does mean that you could kill off quite a few zombies with headshots while moving. At the same time, when I'm seeing the numbers I'm seeing right now, then that kind of leaves doubt for me. And most of you probably know Forsaken Star. He plays on the server with me, good friend of mine. And he was really happy once he got a hunting rifle. And then I started dragging him along for trips into wasteland cities during nights, into towns during the nights, out and about during nights. And he suddenly realized that his trusty hunting rifle wasn't actually doing a trick. He actually had to get a conform and get a shotgun himself. And once he did, I mean, life got easier. Life generally does get easier with a shotgun. So, really, whatever. So if I decided that well, from now on I'm only gonna do, like, for instance, let's say if I was gonna impose limits on myself, let's say I was only gonna use melee weapons, I would be screwed. I would have no chance to make a living here. Because of the stun. If I get stunned, that's game over. At least with the hordes that I'm usually encounter. So, so that would be pretty impossible to kind of deal with. Not a rabbit flies the dust. Okay, we're moving. That's usually, well, you usually get dog hordes the day before Feral Night. Right now it does seem like I'm getting a couple, on odd occasions. Might actually be a Feral Night tonight. That's two. I heard some walk on spikes a while ago. There's a duffel bag. I'm not sure if I checked that. Yes, I have. But there are a couple of settings that I'm hoping that the Fun Pimps would implement. Only two? That sounds weird. Oh well. There are a couple of things that I wish that the Fun Pimps would implement, and one of those being the ability to kind of don't need that. Ability to have no loot respawn. I would like that. Simply for the fact that I kind of want to keep moving. I don't really see the point of airdrops. I don't see the point of respawning loot unless you're playing on a server with multiple people. But yeah, I mean that's just me though. I played with regular settings when I started out. Later on, I kind of felt like that was weird to have like airdrops and whatnot. And the airdrops that came in, well, I think we had regular on, and I think it's every 3 days or something. Can't remember. Besides the point though. But after a while, we would be out and about, go on scouting trips, like, oh, okay, there's a crate, and that's the crate we missed last week, and yeah, all that kind of thing. We didn't actually see them on the map. They were just falling all over. And like, okay, so I went into one, and there was tons of books, and there was some armor, there was some guns, or gun parts. And in the end, we had stacks of antibiotics back at base, and no real need to actually go out into the world and explore. And it's also one of the things that that they changed about what's it called? Live for a Die mod. The fact that they put in the molds back in. Yeah, cheers, Joe. Catch you later. Probably end up hosting you later on, because I'll probably be AFK for quite a bit later in the evening. Don't know how long, but I was gonna have a look at a buddy of mine's computer, and we're gonna move some crap, so I assume you'll be streaming later tonight. That's just what I'm assuming. Okay. So I think we have enough. Thanks. So let's see here. Any given corner will do nicely. I don't know why, but I like to have a little bit of size to it. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, once I bail and actually get some food in me, I'll probably end up hosting Melee. I assume most of you already know him. Good old streamer. If you haven't checked him out, worth to check him out. So let's see here now. What else do we have? Alright, so I got the stuff I need for the brick. Oh, well, I nearly got what is the stuff I need for the wreck. So crushed sand. Swap that out. Let's see now. There we go, jar mold. Grab some lumps of clay. And that still takes a while. I'm not sure where I got the scrap brass from. Probably somebody somewhere. Whatever. Put that in with the rest. Not sure why I'm actually having frame drops here. Maybe it's because of the water or something. I don't even know. So that's gonna be 25 minutes, huh? And there we are, the rest of it. Okay, still a little bit of overkill. I'll do. I used to remember a time where it was kind of well, finding coal was a cause for celebration. Now you find it everywhere, and in random gen, anyways. And it's, well, I wouldn't actually say it's annoying, but it's getting to the point where it's not really a cause for celebration. It's more like, oh, okay, there's more coal. It's as common as goldenrod tea. But yeah, you know. So yep. Let's see now. That's all of that. Okay, full stack of course won't work. Didn't actually think about it, but I actually need to make a campfire as well. Don't actually have some... Yep, I do. Campfire. There we are. And I need a cooking pot, of course. So, a bit more forged iron. And don't mind the dead guys, they're just holding my shitty shovels. Actually, you want to clean up this place. Really? There's actually lines showing on them? That's disturbing. Oh well. Get rid of that, I suppose. Or can I burn it? Yep, I can. A little bit more fuel for the file. Alright, so I'm gonna have jars coming out of my ears. And I'll be able to make clay. Let's see. Or brick. Coal oven. So 11 brick. Alright, well, in that case, I could probably fill up just now. Because it's not that intense of a cost. And coal, yes. Remember to cook it, yes. And I need cement, of course, so I'm gonna need more, yes. Keep forgetting about that though. Like always, always, always something I forget. Or get sidetracked by, or yeah. Just a blur sometimes. Oh, come on. Just do this quicker, will you? Okay. Screw that. And got a cement bolts. And we got some gravel. Yeah, I need everything and right now. But that doesn't always agree with me. Alright, so let's see, brick. I can't remember how many it actually crafts, that's the thing. Well, we'll see in a second. That makes 2, and I need 11, so 6, right. So 4 times 4 is 16. Divided by 2 is what, 8? Yeah, that'll do nicely. That's actually more than I need. But regardless, I need more cement anyways, so not really a big thing. But then again, I'm probably gonna need more than one coal oven. Is probably what I'm getting at here. But I haven't actually asked that many people about this, but what are your thoughts about craft timers? Yeah, in short, craft timers. I mean, I've gone over this 1,000 times. And my stance is generally that early game, I could see how they're kind of powerful if you don't have any craft time. Later levels, when your level doesn't really matter anymore. Yeah, does not really matter. Okay, so check that in. Bon voyage. Alright, so Co-11, yes. And I left all that shit over there. Yep. You know what? I'm just gonna chuck that in there for now. Miner. And I need copper plates. Copper plate molds. That was a fair bit. Alright, so we got that as well. Of course, and it is invisible. Ugh, too many things I want to do at once. Okay, so check the clay, check that, check cement. Yeah, craft timers. Are you opposed? Are you for? Seeing as I started playing with craft timers, I played with regular craft timers. And they were kind of a, well, I'd say more of a nuisance than really a great game mechanic. But that's me though. I mean, I didn't really see the great benefits of having that. So, I mean, I'm biased in that sense. But as Crankwork pointed out, that craft timers, they're in balance for the only reason that you gain levels more quickly. So if I could kind of sort that shit out, then it wouldn't really be a thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about it from a streamer's perspective. Would people enjoy me sitting around, crafting rebar frames till I die of old age, or would they approve more of me just sorting out the stuff I'm crafting, then just craft it and start building, like straight away? Or, yeah, I mean, those kind of things. Because I'm doing this as more of a trial run than anything. I mean, I'll probably keep loot timers on, but come Alpha 13, I might actually go back and maybe remove craft timers. I'm actually not sure. And then just nerf the XP gain from crafting, but yeah, I mean, at the same time, I mean, I had a crappy frames. Still getting crappy frames, but whatevs. I had a blast. Play nomadic. I think it was my third reset of third or fourth. Fourth, I think. On my fourth reset of 7 Days to Die, Alpha 12. I ended up using the first 30 or so days just moving around, living in different houses, setting up stockpiles everywhere. Like finding a town, looting it, and gathering all the essentials in one house, which I would later return and grab as I needed them. And I didn't really craft anything aside from wood spikes. And only then when I needed it. So I was maybe level 16 by the time I got to start building stuff. To actually start producing my house and all that. And I had all the materials I needed to start crafting. So I was level 30 just in under an hour or something. Because I had spent all that previous time gathering materials. Ooh, that's nasty. And after that point, I mean, yeah, I mean, I get better tools, which makes gathering things much easier. At the same time, you could say those people that play with easier loot buttons and or higher loot buttons, they get help in other ways. So I've seen some people play 7 Days to Die and by day 20, 30, they're all decked out and flawless crap. Either due to luck or just finding finding guns. So I guess it varies. But we'll see. I mean, okay, calm down, tree. No need to show off your destructive powers to me, because I know you're deadly. Become Alpha 13, I might actually do the first playthrough with normal running. But I might still do Feral AI though. I'm not sure though. We'll see. Whichever my friends are fine with at the time, because some of them will stick around later and they'll be around for the tough parts. Others will probably play for our first session and then they'll trickle off. But I'll probably stick to insane difficulty as normal. Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel that's the way to go, really. At least early game. I mean, I have... Well, okay, normal game, I could actually start setting up a base. But it's... with the changes that they made to the quality system and all that, it changes how we play the game. And with that introduction, then like setting up a base is more hard work than anything. And I'm not gonna luck out finding like really tree? Really? Gonna be like that? I'm not gonna find like a working stiff shop that has like a gazillion frames I can use. At most I'll find one of each. Or like a door or something. So I'm not gonna look out in that apartment, so or department. So the only thing I'm actually gonna be getting from any kind of things like these are maybe tools if I'm lucky, which will help me gather them quicker. And that is basically it. So for the rest of it, I mean, I basically have to level up a bit so I can actually get some decent tools, so I can actually easier get more stuff. That's just the way it is. At least for me, that's why I play nomadic. And also there's kind of the nice thing of finding a new town. It's like, oh, new town. What can we find here? More knowledge and stuff. But problem I had in the past is generally that I build one building, and that's it. Once I'm done, I'm done. I don't actually see a point to further improve it, unless there's something really wrong with the defenses of sorts. So I am kind of keen on making a fortress of sorts. So that's gonna require more imagination than I think I can combine in an hour. And we apparently have aliens over there. There's no one else on the server. It's just some light in the distance. That's freaky. But I did make the pillar bunker, the house that rested on pillars. That went pretty well. Something I might revisit at some point, or I'll revisit my older design of making a huge ass reinforced concrete blob of madness. Problem I still had then was it was 170 blocks high, thereabouts, and even then zombies would sometimes spawn on top of that. Like in the penthouse, the place which was supposed to be the most secure. But I'll notch that down to being noise swords that spawn in. Wonder if I could find some coal somewhere nearby. Maybe that. I don't know. Almost feel the need for torches tonight, seeing as it's so dark. Nope, just a boulder. Alrighty then. It's kind of weird though, like going about since like, oh okay, so I need to find some coal. Well, let me just strip mine that off the ground. Yep. But can't remember if it was the Fun Pims or if it was the Live Free or Die modders that decided that they're gonna make ore available everywhere again. Could actually be the Fun Pims. Probably is, to be honest. Let's see now. Gone. But either way, I mean the Fun Pimps have been going in two directions, I'd say. Because in the past, you can find coal on the ground. Then I suppose they thought it was basically too difficult. I mean, you would be shit out of luck if you couldn't find it so easily as you did in the past. So it's kind of a 180 approach to the thing. They're gonna make all ores available everywhere again? I mean, what's the point of the bloody mines then? I mean, I'd almost say that the mines in Alpha 11 was nearly perfect. I guess it's down to your individual seed as well, but I would find plenty of mines. But they would end sooner or later. I mean, they would not be infinite. I mean, I would end up going into a mine, spend maybe anywhere from 10 minutes to like an hour clearing out that mine, and then it was done. There was nothing more to get from that mine, and I would have to go on to do another one. And I kind of like that mentality that you're actually done somewhere. Same way that once you loot a town, you should technically be done. Yeah, so I don't know why they kind of did the 180 on the mines, because I thought those were great. Because they were really good. And now they're kind of weird. Because standard game, what I found is that generally once I go into mine in Alpha 12 or 12.5 or well any of the alphas, Alpha 12s, I don't really need to go into any other mine. Once I found a mine, that's me set for life. I mean, I don't actually have to do anything. I just keep digging in that one mine, and I never have to go anywhere. I mean, that's my mine for the entire playthrough. I've yet to deplete a mine, and I built some rather radical shit. So I do think that they could probably bump up the amount of mines and then just limit what's in them. So you can kind of say, okay, I'm done here. Because that to me is a better system than what we got right now, which is just endless mines. But I still remember walking into mines during Alpha 11 and it's like, oh, there's a whole wall of gravel. What's behind that? And I would start digging and digging and digging. It's like, oh, I find coal and I find potassium and other stuff, or just a single type of ore. I mean, either way, I would be thrilled, unless it was lead, in which case it's like, eh. So I don't know. I think they kind of goofed a little bit in terms of what it could have done with the game in that regard. But that's just how I feel. Anyways, 138. Well, that is. I'll say I'm happy with that for the time being. And let's see, some planks, make some more frames. I mean, me having 16 wood frames on me at any given time is weird. Usually I have about 60, just in case. Oh, I can actually use wood frames as a easy escape or block some area off or whatever. And you get a little bit of I actually think I want more. You actually do get a little bit more, well, you do get some XP for crafting it as well, so always nice. But I kind of feel like when you go into the world and you clear out certain towns, you kind of made the mark on the world, and when you have respawn, then that just kind of messes with that thing. In the same way that the mines are infinite, I don't really feel like that adds to the world. And in some cases, I would say that, well, I think that Live Free or Die mods encourage you to go out quite a bit and scavenge for recipes. Way more so than the regular game does, because you're still gonna need stuff like you're gonna need a machine for that, you're gonna need a machine for this. If you want to build very powerful shit, you have to have some kind of fancy machine to do it for you, or to help you. But at the same time, Live Free or Die mod allows you to make weapon molds of some weapons. Like I could make a complete shotgun, and I can craft the parts with wood planks, and I can craft the stock with wood planks. I could forge the barrel and the receiver. I can forge the parts for the hunting rifle. Hunting rifle parts. I can forge the barrel and I can forge the bolts, but I can't forge the hunting rifle parts themselves. So I kind of agree that some weapons should be moldable. I mean, some weapons I do believe that you should be able to forge, but not all of them. I mean, the fact that I can make molds for like a sniper rifle is just crazy. You guys seen how much work it goes into making those things? It's insane, and the amount of precision. Yeah, I'll just hunker down and just do the 101 on how to craft sniper rifles. Yeah, that's my point. It takes away from you exploring. So I don't know. I could recite our mantra. It's still an alpha, but starts to feel a little bit hollow after a while. At the same time, it's a game that we're passionate about, and when you're passionate about something, some things can't happen quick enough. I mean, we have to get something soon, or else. So we'll see when Alpha 13 hits. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be playing modded. I don't actually think so, because I don't think it can. I think the only ones that's actually gonna work straight off the bat is holy what? Yes, physics in this game. I give it 1 star. Only thing I think is gonna work is the prefabs, because those are not gonna be changed much. So I think that's the only thing that's gonna be it's gonna be the thing. Yep. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about. I mean, someone was actually curious about how much 7 Days to Die actually made, or how much the Fun Pins made of the game. And they're a group of, well, by my count, they're 8 or 9 people. And at a bare minimum, they made $14 million. At the most positive estimates, they made $26 million of 7 Days to Die, and this was sometime last year that the calculation was made in terms of how many sales, or how many units of sales, and whatnot. So they made a pretty decent sum of money for that amount of people. But the fact that they are so few people will still kind of, well, there's only so much work those people can do. And these estimates, like 14 and $26 million, that's after Steam has taken a cut, after everything else is kind of detracted. So yeah, it's a pretty decent sum for an indie game with such a small group of people. So Madmole said himself, like, there was a guy who was complaining that, like, he has 2,000 hours of playtime. Why can't we see more, like, major content patches, like, that brings life to the game again, like, makes it feel fresh again? And Madmole himself said that, well, I mean, we're not looking for like a massive surge of small content packets that will kind of inspire people to buy the game and get into it like that. We're looking to make a good finished product. Like, we want the final game to be great. So we can't really cater to those that are just teetering on the edge all the time and wanting more content at the cost of them wasting time trying to rush to finish a small mini project when they could really take their time and finish several larger projects and then release all the stuff that's coming out. So he basically did say that they tried like the quick releases, But it didn't agree with them because they would basically just sit down and was like, okay, what can we do in 3 weeks' time? Okay, we could do this, we could do that, but it lacked meaning in a sense. I mean, it didn't actually. They weren't happy doing that. So I have all the respect for them. I mean, they have the ability, they have the financial stability, and they have what's required for them to actually do what they want with the game, for better or worse. And I think the sooner, or the more effective they can work in their own pace to actually get the game sorted to their kind of desires and whatnot, the sooner they can cater for better mod support, better optimization. I mean, Madmole did mention that Alpha 12 has not been running so great in terms of performance compared to, for instance, prior alphas, or some prior alphas. And Unity 4 was pretty much fully optimized for whatever they were doing. At least I've noticed fairly decent frames, even with graphics almost on full all the time. So I would say that they're doing a pretty decent job. And yeah, I mean, they have done an awesome job, and a lot of people like to compare the Fun Pimps to Ark, and Ark has a team of, I think it's plus 150 people that's working on Ark. And then it makes sense. You could deliver multiple patches per day. You could pump out as many updates as you want, as rapidly as you want, because you have the manpower to kind of keep that thing rolling. The Fun Pimps does not have that manpower. At the same time, they have full control of their products, so I mean, it's great for them. It is pretty nice. And so far, I mean, there's I usually hit like whatchamacallit, I usually hit some kind of fatigue with 7 Days to Die sooner or later. But I've been gradually increasing the difficulty as I've gone along, as I've learned the game, and it does help. I mean, it does keep the game kind of interesting for me still. Now I'm to the point where it's almost too hard. The start is almost too hard. Meanwhile, later game can be almost laughable. Like the last session I had, I went into the wastelands and I lost my minibike. So I ended up running back and forth around in the wastelands trying to find my minibike during the night. And then we were playing with regular running. So yeah, it's kind of weird how it goes. I mean, I was running around with maybe 2,500 bullets. I was just killing zombies left and right. And I didn't really care in the world. Meanwhile, at the start of that playthrough, I had massive issues. I actually started to doubt if I was actually ever gonna make it. And that was with zombies not running. That was just the new mod messing with me, because I didn't actually know a whole lot. I mean, the wiki that they have leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, it's an okay job for like a start thing, but I haven't seen it updated since I started playing at all. So I don't know. It's kind of a mess in that sense. I mean, a lot of the information that I've learned from the game has been stuff that I've myself like actively sought out and found out about. So yeah. And that's why whenever I drop into the Kane's chat, I mean, I have Notepad++ open with the game files right there. So if he has a question, I can usually find out in a second or two, if I so want to. Of course, some people are, some things I just don't know. I mean, I have a rough understanding about how structural integrity works in the game. And instead of dwelling further into that, I basically started to over-design my buildings. Like the thing I told Mayleague about yesterday. Like, do another double layer and your roof won't collapse. Those are scouts, and there's gonna be at least 9. Yeah, because the wiki is horribly outdated. And it doesn't, it just can't keep up with the changes that they're making to the game. So a lot of stuff is kind of like, well, I heard someone say that maybe a cousin of theirs, of a remote grandmother, once upon a time heard that maybe in the blue moon sometimes this works like this. Right. So it kind of makes it difficult to kind of keep a good understanding of how the game works. So it's a lot is down to personal experience, I guess. Body shots. Well, that's not gonna fly. Still sensed. Seriously, the drop of this rifle or shotgun. Don't you guys go spawning any hordes now. Fuck. Fuck. Well, it's gonna be easy to keep them after me. What, spiders? You got the moves like Jagzero. The dodging kind of gets to me. When they always run, they're so wobbly. And sometimes they'll try and pathfind around small bushes. Makes it even worse. And now to add insult to injury, chances are I might actually alert more zombies nearby. And I might actually get scouts to investigate the amount of gunfire that I'm putting out right now. So I got a small mini horde over here as well. And, well, I now have something that smells on me as well, but, you know, what you gonna do? He's stuck on a rock? Let me help you down this. She gets stuck in a rock. Totally forgot what we were talking about. So weird, huh? I don't actually think I looted the Fatso in months. It will be kind of cool to see how our guns will affect them differently, like each one of these dudes. Like the twist and apparently legs and arms, but I'm still kind of curious how that will impact performance. And they might actually now get like true ragdoll. I'm still not sure about that. We got to the point where we actually had enough ammo to keep going, but we did not have enough oil to kind of keep up firing. You took a bullet for you. Better be happy, lady. Then again, you died on the spike seconds later, so not sure if there's anything to be happy about. That was a wasted bullet. That was not. Alright, so that went through almost half my ammo supply. Ah well. Can't win them all in that regard. And yeah, Forsaken's little farm here. Carrots. Only carrots? Oh, wow. Alright, so it's 4:04 here. That means I should probably get down and pick up some supplies down here. Grab that, whatever. Yep. No sweat off my back. Oh my! It's actually been running the whole time. Wow. That is nice. Beautiful even. Yeah, I'm happy about it. As long as I have ammo, that's fine. I mean, I could still deal with that on a level of... well. Wow, that's gonna take a while. Rebar frames. 24 minutes. Get out of here. Seriously? Okay, well, guess not. It's whatever. Just throwing shit everywhere. Oh, nope, nope. Can't be asked to do this now. I think I'm just gonna chuck all that shit in there. Leave it for new tomorrow, basically. A little bit of wood, at least. And let's see, I'm gonna need a machine frame or 2. Ah, screw it. Make an inventory. Alright. Thanks for sticking with me. I'm gonna grab me some food before my buddy arrives, so I can get rid of an old couch. And then spend some time assembling my table. And spend some time assembling my gaming chair. And next time you see me, I'll hopefully be not lazy enough to put it off anymore. So, as always, thanks for watching and catch y'all later.